Okay.
And we please ask everyone to be sure only to sit or stand where your ticket permits. All fans on the main side of the stadium seating must have their tickets with them and ready to show to our ushers. To ensure that all fans can enjoy the game, please observe the following courtesies. Refrain from using offensive language. Please do not smoke anywhere in the stadium.
Injuries and the lack of goals have taken their toll on the Washington Spirit, who enter this season-ending 3-game homestand on the bottom of the National Women's Soccer League table. On the other side, time is running out for the Chicago Red Stars. Despite rolling to a 4-2-1 record in their last 7 matches, to make up ground in the standings, Chicago finds themselves 5 points adrift of the last playoff spot with 3 matches to go. A Seattle win over Western New York tonight would help, but Chicago must pick up 3 points on their own tonight. Live from Maureen Hendricks Field at the Maryland Soccerplex, it's NWSL Soccer on YouTube. My name is Michael Minnick. Thanks for joining us tonight, and let's get right into the lineups. Interesting choices for both teams. Chicago, we knew, was already going to be shorthanded with Lori Kolupny and others not making the trip. Their starting lineup tonight, Erin McLeod gets the nod in goal. Lydia Vandenberg, a late addition to the starting 11, replacing Rachel Kwan. She'll play in the back alongside Sonia Foose, Jackie Santa Catarina, and Michelle Winino. In the midfield for Chicago, it's Leslie Osborne, Julianne Sitch, and Jen Hoy up top for Roy Dame's squad tonight. Adriana Leone, Inka Grings, and Ella Masser. Starting lineup for Washington tonight, Chantel Jones gets the nod and goal, her second consecutive start, 4th of the year. She'll play behind a back 4 of Robin Gale, Holly King, Tori Huster, and Marissa Abeg. In the midfield for Washington tonight, it's Lupita Werby, Steina Matheson, Julia Robertson, Tiffany McCarty, and up top, Stephanie Oakes and Jasmine Spencer. So for the first time this year, Lori Lindsay does not start. She did warm up normally, as did Allie Krieger, but not getting the start tonight for the first time this year, as Diana Matheson and where the captains are been tonight. So none of the allocated national team players for either squad are in the starting 11 tonight, although, as I said, Krieger is available off the bench for Washington, so is Lindsay. Teams breaking their huddles right now. Chicago will go from left to right here in the first half, wearing the road white jerseys, blue shorts, and white socks. The Spirit in the all-red kit tonight. Looks like Chicago will kick off to start this game. Slight breeze here, overcast night, but the rain has not come so far, and we hope that it stays away. As I said, the first of 3 home games to close out the year for the Spirit. Here Saturday on Fox Soccer Channel against Seattle, and then the season ends on August the 18th when Sky Blue FC comes to Germantown. But Chicago still trying to keep those playoff hopes alive. They'll need some help tonight, as I said, from Seattle as Western New York hosts them tonight. We're underway here. Ball played towards the far side. Robin Gale will watch it trickle out for a goal kick. Gale returned to the lineup last game, a 1-0 loss to Sky Blue FC after missing significant time with a right knee sprain. But Allie Krieger, who appeared briefly as a substitute since her concussion against Seattle, still not in the starting lineup tonight, although she is available as a substitute. Low goal kick from Jones. Bounces towards Tiffany McCarty on the near side. She'll battle on that flank. And Santa Catarina will work it back to Winterno, who goes back to her goalkeeper, Erin McLeod. Ball now played to the left side. Here's Vandenberg. With time and space to dribble towards midfield, she'll tee up the right foot, chip it up that flank, and try and play in a run, but the ball will trickle out for a throw-in as Spencer was back on the mark for Washington. Spirit enter with a record of 1-14-4 on the year. Chicago at 7-7-5. Throw will come from Gale up the line, chested down by Oakes, now played up by Matheson. Oakes with a touch in the middle, trying to evade 2 players. Pass is blocked, only as far as Werby, but she can't find the handle, and Foose will step up to clear it out. Another throw for the Spirit in the 2nd minute. Gale's toss up the line intended for her Canadian teammate Matheson. Bounced around and now cleared up the field by Vandenberg. Kept alive now by Roberts as she plays it up the flank, trying to work Jasmine Spencer in, and Foose will get a volley and knock it out for another throw. Again, it'll be Gale to take. Looking for the run of Jasmine Spencer, who takes the touch 20 yards from goal. Works it left now for McCarty, but too tall for Tiffany McCarty. She'll try and recover on the near side and runs out of real estate. Throw for the Red Stars in the 3rd minute. Winternos throw up the line. Looking to find Master. Blocked by Warby, kept alive, and chipped forward by Tori Huster. Santa Catarina with a volley. Brought down now by Matheson, 25 yards to go. Matheson sets up the right foot. Her shot is blocked. And the Spirit will get their first corner of the match 2.5 minutes in. Julia Roberts will jog over to take as Lori Lindsay, the normal corner kick taker for the Spirit, is not in the starting line if you're just joining us. Will come off the bench tonight. Only player for the Spirit to start every game up to tonight was Lori Lindsay. Hand comes up from Roberts. Serve in from the right side. A good one towards the penalty spot. Towards Oakes. Gets by a couple of heads and is cleared weakly, only as far as Robin Gale. Gale's shot is blocked. Now Oakes will get a second look at it. Tried to play it left for Huster, but her pass is blocked. Now it's Gale. In a sea of white, she loses possession. Now the counter is on the right side. Here's Inca Grings with time and space. Overlapping on that flank is Hoy. Hoy will get it. Now going to work. Taking a bump from McCarty. And McCarty wins the ball, shields it, and will win a throw. Good work coming back from Tiffany McCarty, who infamously had the own goal 2 meetings ago against the Chicago Red Stars that gave Chicago a 1-0 win. Switch now right for Robin Gale. Steps by a tackle from Leone. Now working towards the center of the park. Passing head for Matheson's behind her. And an easy steal for Foose. Grings will flick it right. Works in Sitch. Stitch thought about the other cross. Now we'll go to work against Tori Huster. Working towards the end line. Cross is blocked by Huster. Stays in play. And now Warbeast will play it to the feet of Tiffany McCarty. McCarty will concede possession for a throw. Winterno takes it short. Gets it back off the touch from Leslie Osborne. Pass up the line is blocked out for another throw. 5th minute, no score. Hoy's volley. Back for Winterno. Plays the 1-2 and gets it back on the edge of the 18. Blocked by McCarty. And now King will concede possession. Leone plays it through. Dangerous chance here. Cross comes in. Master gets a piece of it. Still loose in the 6. Cleared weakly. And now finally cleared more definitively by Jasmine Spencer coming back. Half chance there for the Red Stars early on. Vandenberg steps around Spencer, but the ball went out of bounds before she could complete that touch. Throw for the Spirit in deep in the 5th minute. Red Stars on the front foot early, certainly with a little bit more of a sense of urgency than the Spirit with their playoff hopes still hanging by a thread. Pass intended for Oakes, broken up by Leone. Now volleyed high, intended for Masser. One now by Warbeast for Washington, chipped towards midfield. Header now by Winterno. Falls in midfield for Sitch, who will play it wide for Jen Hoy. Now Winterno. Early cross towards the top of the 18. Deflected by Robin Gale. Pass by Roberts intended for McCarty, turned over now, and a chance for a cross now, but Sitch's ball is blocked. Matheson lays it off for McCarty. Passes behind Oakes, an easy pick for Santa Catarina, who will restart the attack with a chip up the middle, but Grings and Hoy unable to make a run onto that one, and Chantel Jones will get a touch with their feet and play it short. King now for Roberts. Tackle from Master, deflects the ball to Gale. Heavy pressure now from Leone on that far side, and Gale will win a throw. Oakes flicks on the header. Spencer rising for it, all 5'1" over. And a whistle and a foul against the Spirit off that header. Sonia Foose will tee up this free kick about 10 yards into the Spirit's defensive half. Erin McLeod's all the way up almost to the center circle now as the Spirit put 11 behind the ball. And now Jasmine Spencer will jog up and keep McLeod a little bit honest. Foos, the veteran German, puts the hand up in the air. Serve towards the far post. And the target, Santa Catarina, but before she can get to it, Lupita Warbis will head it out. Corner for the Red Stars in the 8th minute. Leone and Vandenberg will be the two players teeing this one up for Chicago in the near corner. Played short for Leone. She'll set up the left foot, crosses, blocked by Oakes, and we'll do it again from the near corner. Again, it's Leone and Vandenberg, 13 and 16. So Vandenberg will set up the left. It looks like a more conventional driven pass in the offing here, and that's what it will be. Towards the far post, caught by Jones on her line. She'll start the counter quickly for Diana Matheson. Has Spencer open to her right, McCarty on the left. Oakes now joining the attack as well. Matheson going end-to-end here on the right side. Crosses comes in towards the middle. Header won by Sitch coming back. McCarty was open at the far post. Also, Oakes was the target on that one. Diana Matheson just making play by herself there. Going one-on-one, almost like a point guard leading a fast break. Roy Dames yelling at his team, too easy, as Roberts will take this corner. The second of the match for the Spirit in the 9th minute. Serve comes in towards Holly King. King wins the header. It's blocked on the line, still loose. McLeod diving forward, and now the whistle will go as McLeod was in a dangerous position, and Lupita Warbis' boot caught her. So a foul on Warbis as McLeod still down on her front in the 9th minute. Now getting to her knees and to her feet. Really good ball in from Julia Roberts. Holly King won the header cleanly, and that's why you put players on the line when you're the defensive team, to block just that sort of shot. But a good look for King and the Spirit early on. Foos now for Chicago. Left it comes. Early cross towards Inca Grings. Header won by Husterback, and Jones off her line. Thought about the roll to McCarty. Now we'll put it down for her own kicking purposes. Bangs it up the middle. Volley by Foos forward. Header won by Warbis, who's been busy early. Ball played through. Abeg will roll it back to Jones. Dangerous pass, and just a step quicker than Jen Hoy was Chantel Jones, who will knock it out for a throw-in. Up steps Winterno to take the throw. She'll toss it for Masser. Her volley into the box would be an easy catch for Jones. Roll comes left for Huster. Back now for Abeg. Jones up the middle. Gives possession away to Ella Masser. Now Leone. Early chip, looking for the run of Julianne Sitch. Huster in better position for it. Will clear it out, and it will be a throw in deep for Chicago. Now they're going to say that was deflected on the way through. A throw for the Spirit in deep. Huster up the line, looking for Tiffany McCarty's head. Won instead by the noggin of Winterno. Back for Foos, Now Santa Catarina. Chip forward. Flicked on by the head of Grings, looking for Hoy, but it comes all the way through to Jones again. Red Stars have played most of the game on this end, with the exception of the couple of forays the Spirit have gotten. The most notable one, a run from Diana Matheson that won a corner kick, which Holly King headed towards the line. It was cleared off the line by Chicago. Then a foul was called in the box on the loose ball. Vandenberg looking for Leone on the far side. Unable to save that one is the Maple, Canada native, Leone. Throw for Robin Gale. Up the line from Spencer now. Volleyed high by Foos, and we'll do it again much deeper. It'll be Matheson to take the throw this time in the 12th minute. Gale's throw towards the head of Spencer, headed out instead by Chicago. Second ball knocked back in the box, and a one-hopper to Aaron McLeod. Long punt from McLeod, headed by Huster. Gives it away to Hoy, however. Hoy now on the left side. Doesn't have a lot of support as the Spirit come back and defend. Drop for Leone. She'll try the shot from 25 yards out, and it's a good one, but right at Chantel Jones. Rolls it. I'm not sure she knew that Grings was that close. Clears it forward. 50-50 header won by Chicago. It comes right for Winterno, who will go back to McLeod. McLeod manning a familiar end here. She was the goalkeeper for the Washington Freedom here at the Plex for 2 years. Her backup on that team was Ashlyn Harris the second year. Switch now for Santa Catarina in Chicago as they possess in the 14th minute. Up the line for Winterno. Pass is blocked. Throw for the Red Stars. Huster wins the header, gives away another throw in. Matheson drops it back. Now Oakes. Matheson. Huster. Oakes up the line. Slid out by Winterno for a Spirit throw. Matheson looking to take it quickly. Now we'll leave it off for Huster to take. Gorbis wants to head her out for a throw. Winterno's toss. Brought down by Stitch. Broken up now by Oakes for McCarty. Turn now from Roberts, but she loses the handle to Masser. Drop back now. Here's Foose. Wants to play it short. We'll switch it for Santa Catarina. Foose will charge forward. Play it through, looking for her fellow German Grings, but it's broken up and cleared by the Spirit, only as far as the left back Vandenberg. Now knocked forward again. Chested down by Stitch, and a handball from Julianne Stitch gives a free kick away to the Spirit in the 16th minute. Huster. Up for Oakes, who will try and win the foot race against Santa Catarina. Oakes keeps it in play. No, the referee assistant on the near side says no. Did roll out. Oakes was a half step away from turning the corner potentially there. Winterno's throw. Drop back by Stitch and cleared. Masser. Back for Foose. Osborne now. Drops it back for Foose. Foose again attacking on that left side. Steps by a tackle. Now Spencer with some good defensive work, but Leone wins it back for Chicago. Leone forward looking for Grings, but Huster with some good body positioning to shoot her off. All Chantel Jones to come out and collect in the 17th minute. Jones's punt towards Oakes. Wins the header. Wanted to play in McCarty, but Winterno will handle here on the near side. Clear it forward. Looking for Stitch, who brings it down smartly here on the sideline. Fakes the pass. Now plays it up the line. Looking for Grings. Broken up by Huster. Masser got a touch in, but gave it away to Abeg. Now the referee stumbles here as Matheson plays it left. Warbis now for McCarty. Good ball back to Matheson. 25 yards from goal on the left side. Matheson sets up the right foot. Chips it forward. It's blocked by Santa Catarina. Sitch also back there to defend, and Sitch will drop it back to Aaron McLeod. Vandenberg now with space on the left side. Forward for Leone, who's bounced up on every side so far for Chicago. Ball now for Hoy. Marked by Gale. She'll keep it alive on the sideline. Jen Hoy setting up the right foot. Cross comes in towards the top of the 18, towards Sitch, who wins the header. It's cleared now in the box by Abeg. Winino will regroup the charge. Good cross in towards the middle. Header, but right at Chantel Jones. Grings put herself in a good position. The ball coming in from the right side from Winino is a beauty. But Chantel Jones has put herself in the right place at the right time to make several saves early. Osborne heads possession away, but Spencer's touch off the chest is heavy. Now Gale gets it under pressure from Hoy. Drops it for Holly King. King was really forced into that center back spot due to injury to Candace Chapman and others, Tony Presley also. And she's done pretty well for a converted midfielder in that emergency spot. Warbis, starting for the second straight game in midfield. Plays it forward for Oaks. Back again for the Mexican international Warbis. Her chip up the left side's a good one for Matheson, but the flag is up on Diana Matheson. He does give a thumbs up to Warbis for the serve, which was a pretty good one. Free kick for the Red Stars in the 19th minute. Foose has had a lot of the ball for Chicago early. Has it again for Leone. Marked by Roberts. Now Gale picking up the mark as well. Short now for Hoy. Dodges Warbis, plays it in the middle of the park, and nobody home in white. Steal for McCarty. Roberts. Spencer now on the right side, crosses midfield on the dribble. Making the run centrally is McCarty. Spencer will try and play it for Tiffany McCarty, but too much on that left-footed ball. Easy pick for McLeod. McLeod, the former Penn State goalkeeper, looking for options. Goes short for Foose, who despite being German international, actually played some college ball in the U.S. for the University of Hartford. Be interested to read the story of how the University of Hartford found a German defender. Counter on now for the Spear. Played in the center of the park for Matheson. Matheson in the box. Takes a tumble. Ball will roll in the goal. And no, it's saved off the line. Saved off the line by the Red Stars. I thought that ball was over. Referee disagrees. Crowd disagrees as well. But we'll continue in the 21st minute. Matheson had it in the box. Good recovery from the Chicago defense to break up that attack. Matheson tried to pass it past her national teammate Aaron McLeod and just didn't quite get enough on it. Sitch. Osborne. Now Grings. Osborne for Winino. Forward now for Sitch. Drop for Osborne. Switch now left for Leone. Nice ball to find Vandenberg on the left flank. Vandenberg's early cross in towards Grings. Gets to Inka Grings, who has it at the top of the 18, but it's broken up by Warby's coming back to assist Abeg. Houston gives possession back away to Leslie Osborne and the Red Stars. Winino cutting inside. Plays it for Masser. And now Foose. Foose tees up the left foot. Cross comes in towards the top of the 18. Touched on by Sitch and cleared again. Now Leone for Chicago. Chips it again. Broken up again by the Spirit. And McCarty will find the feet of Diana Matheson. Matheson's early ball left looking for Stephanie Oaks is broken up by Santa Catarina. And Chicago back on the ball. Osborne wanted a handball there, and Robertson will get the call in the 22nd minute. Referee Dimitar shoved her off, pointing at the exact spot, and up comes Aaron McLeod all the way to take this free kick. I think we've had a goalkeeper assist in the league yet. McLeod looking to make some history, but not on that ball. Headed out easily. Vandenberg, short for Leon. Splits Warbis. Now plays it short for Winino. Winino sets up the right foot. Early cross in towards the 6. Bouncing around as it's picked up by Grings on the far side. Grings trying to turn in tight quarters, and it's broken up by the feet of Robin Gale and Diana Matheson. But again, Chicago gets it right back. Spencer playing some defense there and drawing the foul. Tug against the Red Stars. Free kick for the Spirit in the 24th minute. As Jen Hoy, the perpetrator in this case. Chantel Jones directing traffic before this free kick. Spencer loses the header. Does win a throw in though, as comes off the captain Osborne. Foose heads out, clears it out for another throw. Not a lot of life to this game right now, not a lot of rhythm, as Chicago's had probably 80% of the possession. Spirit have had a couple looks on the counter, but have not really been able to settle in and keep possession in their offensive half this game at all. McCarty gives possession away. Warbis now for Diana Matheson. Switch now from Roberts. Nicely laid ball to pick out Huster on the left side. Huster. Square now for Roberts. Roberts stumbles and loses the possession to Leon. Huster stands her ground, does give away a throw. Santa Catarina on the ball for the Red Stars. Not a lot of pressure on the center back. She'll chip it forward. Trying to find Jen Hoy. Going to work against Abeg. Circles back. Plays it short for Leon. Broken up well by Tori Huster. She and Leon both lose their feet, but no foul called as Warbis plays it forward. Here's Oakes. Loses out to Santa Catarina. Now it's Osborne for Foose. Grings. Now Foose, again, allowed to dribble forward out of her center back spot. Chips it, looking for Jen Hoy. Hoy crosses it back towards the top of the 18, looking for Masser. Header won by Warbis. Possession given away, though. Winterno's passes blocked. Sliding clearance from Roberts. Finds the feet of Jasmine Spencer. She'll play it up the field and win a throw off the deflection. 26th minute. No score. And although the Red Stars have had most of the possession, the two best chances have gone the Spirit's way. Two balls cleared off the line. One from a Holly King header from a corner kick. The second, Diana Matheson got loose in the middle of the park, was slowed down, her shot was deflected, trickled towards the goal line, and then was cleared off the line. Osborne. Sliding for Masser. Now Leon. With some space to attack, 25 yards from goal. Leon trying to beat one defender, beats the first, can't beat the second, but it falls for Grings. She'll drop it for Leon. Now Winino. Space to cross, and she will. Ball driven in towards the far post. Roberts gets a piece of a shot taken, but right again is Chantel Jones. Right place, right time for the UVA product again. Ashlyn Harris did warm up before this game, so have to assume she's available in uniform tonight. But for the second straight game, she does not start. Touch now from McCarty at the top of the 18. Loses the defender, but the shot is high from Tiffany McCarty. Oh, she shook Winino Had a look at the top of the 18, but just hit it too high. Again, it'll be Foose undertaking the build-up of the attack for Masser. Now we'll get it back. Over the top, looking for Grings, who will pick it up on the left side of the box. Grings is cross in early, headed out by Tori Huster. Was intended there for Leon. Now the counter zone for the Spirit. Here's McCarty making a run to the right. Spencer there as well for Matheson. Matheson will take this shot from deep, and it's saved by her fellow Canadian McLeod. Santa Catarina off the roll. Foose. Plays the 1-2 with Sitch. Under pressure now from Stephanie Oakes. She'll go all the way back to McLeod. Spirit will put 11 in their own half as Santa Catarina brings it forward. Now Matheson will apply some pressure. Forced to chip up the right side into the path of Jen Hoy, and a sliding tackle from Abeg knocks it out for a throw. I believe it's a throw. Leon is lining this up like it's a corner. Will be a corner. Left footed ball driven in by Vandenberg and caught by Chantel Jones. She'll punt it as the Spirit had Spencer and McCarty up on the wings, but the 2v2 does not materialize as Master possesses in the center circle. Chip right, though, is brought down by Huster, who plays it up, looking for Tiffany McCarty. McCarty on the left flank. Oakes and Spencer centrally as the ball comes back for Warbus. Opening up right is Gale. Matheson now. Gale. King now for Abeg. Roberts. Matheson making the run through, but the ball just not high enough to get through. Spencer does pick it up, though. Tried to play it for Matheson, who I believe would have been offside had she got that ball. The Spirit, though, do get a throw here in the 31st minute. Big Gale to take. Gets through one. Now headed towards Spencer, but she can't win it in the box. Still battling for it are McCarty and Spencer. Now it falls for Oakes, and her volley is wide. A little dodgy there from the Chicago defense as they really could not get a firm touch to clear that ball. Kept the play alive. The Spirit never really got a clean look at it until Oakes' half chance that went wide. But the Spirit have looked good on the attack, really. Be interested to see the halftime stats in terms of how the shots on goal break down, because that possession, as I said, has been mostly in Chicago's hands, but they've done less with it in terms of creating good, firm chances. A lot of catches for Chantel Jones that haven't really been that difficult. Leon trying to change that as she finds Hoy. Pass is stolen away by Roberts. Now Huster for McCarty. Now Warbus. Playing Lori Lindsay's role tonight with Lindsay not starting. Seeing a lot of the ball Lupita Warbus has. Huster for Abeg. Now Roberts. Switch right for Robin Gale. Early chip for Oakes, who brings it down for herself. Picks it up on the other side. Looked like a handball there, but play on given now for Warbus. Trying to shake Leon. Warbus lays it off. Now Oakes will try it again. Switch right now for Matheson. And she'll drop it back for Gale. Gale's driven ball in towards Oaks, headed out. Second ball now picked up by Masser and played left. Good ball into space to Vandenberg to relieve some pressure. She'll go forward now for Grings. Marked tightly by Holly King. She'll turn and head upfield. Drop now for Masser. Works in the left back Vandenberg. Again, Lydia Vandenberg, a late addition to the starting lineup as Rachel Kwan was originally listed as a starter, then was changed, and there was some discussion in the press box about whether Kwan would be allowed to be a substitute for this game after being scratched from the lineup. The league office was consulted. They said, yes, she's available. So Kwan is on the bench. Could be a sub for Rory Dames if needed. Cross comes in and out of bounds. Goal kick for the Spirit in the 33rd minute, soon to be the 34th. Master wanted a deflection. They're going to say that ball actually went out, I believe, before the cross was completed. So a throw for the Spirit. The players were a little confused, as was I, with that, but now things sorted out. Gale's throw, touched back by Matheson, and this time it will be a Spirit throw. I thought Matheson passed that back cleanly, but the officials disagree. Throw for the Spirit. Knocked out again by Sitch. Gale will take her time again. Knocked forward by Chicago. Headed back to King now for Warbus. Abeg left for Huster, who has time and space to attack up this left side. Huster pushing it forward. Has McCarty in support on the wing. Oaks available also in the middle. Huster's ball played into Matheson. At the top of the 18, Matheson's shot is blocked by Foose. Warbus's header forward. Battled for. Warbus gets another flick at it. This time it's cleared a little more cleanly. Roberts for Huster. Huster's early ball skips by Oaks. Touched now by Foose in her own 18. Chip towards the near side intended for Leone. Blocked by McCarty. Leone will still get it. Play it for Osborne. And now Foose will clear it towards midfield, towards Grings, who chests it down into space. Nice touch there from Inka Grings. Hoy to her right. Sitch trailing to her left. Grings now at the top of the box, trying to find an angle to shoot. Good shot from Grings, but wide. Jones's dive probably had it covered, but she's frustrated with her defense that Grings was able to take that shot at all. Jones's goal kick towards Roberts. Header won instead by Osborne. Now popped up by Hoy. Court towards the middle by Gale. Touched now by Huster forward. Possession given away to Masser and the Red Stars. Warbus forces the pass back to Foose. Sitch for Leone. Chip over the top, looking for the run forward of Masser. Broken up by Holly King. Gale with some good defending there. Wins the ball. Still battling against Hoy. Will now play it short for Jasmine Spencer. Spencer's clear forward. Skips by the foot of Matheson. Now Vandenberg for Chicago finds Osborne, who goes left. Turning upfield is Hoy. Trying to split the defense. Broken up nicely by Roberts. Played up the right side, counter zone again for Matheson. Early ball, looking for the feet of Stephanie Oaks. Oaks in a foot race with Foose, and Foose with a sliding challenge does just enough to get it back to McLeod, who has some nice footwork of her own to dodge Stephanie Oaks and play it short. Now Vandenberg in the 37th minute of a scoreless game. Chip over the top, looking for Grings, who is onside. Grings working towards the 18 against Holly King. Grings now on the end line, crosses blocked by King, and a corner for the Red Stars. Sitch will jog over, as will Leone to eye this set piece. McCarty and Spencer available as outlets for the Spirit. Everybody else in red back in the 18. Red Stars will put 2 players on the near post, 1 on the far to disrupt Chantel Jones. Low ball driven in. Osborne pops it up. Volley from Leone is not very clean. Still loose in the box. It's cleared by Abeg forward. And now the Spirit can counter once again. Oaks against Santa Catarina. Pass is blocked out for a throw. I think if Oaks' first touch had been cleaner there, counter would have been on, but she kind of had to hesitate to have the ball catch up with her foot. That allowed Santa Catarina back into the play to knock it out for a throw. Matheson for Oaks. Chip now for Spencer. Roberts' pass is blocked out for a throw. 39th minute, no score. Spirit have had a ball cleared off the line from Matheson. Ball cleared off the line from a King header. Red Stars have had most of the possession, but really haven't given Chantel Jones too much of a scare yet. A lot of routine catches off of shots. Free kick now for the Spirit off the foul. Be Matheson to take. Red Stars to put 11 behind the ball here. Most of those clustering around the top of the box in both red and white. Driven ball from Matheson. McLeod off the line will make the catch. Took a bit of a bump there from Huster and is a bit shaken up, Erin McLeod. Second time this half that she's been slow to get up, but once again she's back on her feet. McLeod did not start the Red Stars' last game, a 3-1 win over Seattle, as Taylor Vansel got the nod, but McLeod back in the lineup tonight, making her 14th starting goal of Chicago's 20 matches. McLeod again playing sweeper-keeper, almost out to the halfway line, plays it short for Santa Catarina. Early chip. Easily brought down by King for Roberts. Now drop for Abeg. Banged forward, intended for Oaks. Instead, it's Santa Catarina knocking it back forward. Stumble there as Grings battled Abeg, and King will drop it back to Chantel Jones. On the floor for Gale, and too much on that one. A throw given away to the Red Stars in the 40th minute. Up comes Lydia Vandenberg to take the throw. She'll drop it back to Foose. Ball on the floor. Warbeast will shepherd it back to Abeg, who clears it forward off the deflection. Possession goes back to Chicago. Foose to Jen Hoy. Drop back now again to Foose. Osborne showing in the center of the park. She'll get it. Leslie Osborne. Sliding pass. Leone takes a tumble and draws the foul on Lupita Warbis. So a good spot for a free kick here for the Red Stars. Roughly 25-30 yards from goal in the center. And the 41st minute. Leone slow to get to her feet. Now she'll limp towards the ball. Grings is eyeing this one. Leone's there too. Spirit with a bit of gamesmanship here will put a 5-player wall about 2 inches from the ball. Now we'll be asked to back up. Matheson still giving her maybe 5 yards. She'll join the wall. 5-player wall for Washington. Leone, lefty. Grings, righty, your options for Chicago. It'll be Grings taking the free kick. Driven ball just wide. I don't think Jones saw that on the way through because she was kind of frozen. And that ball didn't go too far from that near post. Solid free kick from Grings. Off the goal kick, header popped up, won by Holly King for Washington. Now Osborne touches it right for Chicago. Brought down by Leone. Triple teamed now. She'll dive out of trouble and switch it. Header won forward by Hoy, but Sitch, the only Chicago player nearby, and she wasn't going to make that difficult run forward. Wouldn't have gotten to that ball in any event with Chantel Jones off her line. Masser. Nice job coming back by Spencer to win the ball. Now King for Warbus. Abeg. Too far for Tori Huster. Abeg making her third appearance, second start for the Spirit after being signed on July 31st. She's playing for Golf Coach in the WPSL, but had ties to the Spirit from her DC United Women days. She played here for 2 years, also was with the Washington Freedom in 2010 as the Falcos against Winnebago and the Red Stars here in the 43rd minute. Tiffany McCarty taking a tumble there. Roberts will take the free kick for the Spirit. 3 players in red, Raid at the top of the box on the right side. Now McCarty will join them. Huster is the option left. Matheson short. Gale also on the far side. Ball driven towards the far post, headed out by Chicago. Second ball bounces for Masser, who volleys it forward. Out for a throw, which Holly King will let Matheson take. She'll concede to Gale. Oaks now. Trying to shake Stitch, but she wins it and gets a throw. Into the 45th minute. No score here in the first half between the Washington Spirit and Chicago Red Stars. Michael Minnick here with you. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday evening. Busy night in the league. One of 3 matches in the NWSL tonight. All with playoff implications. So we're down to the nitty-gritty. 3 games left in the regular season for some, 2 for others. Gale picking her pass carefully on this throw-in. Throw goes over Oaks, and we'll just roll up for a goal kick. Santa Catarina will build out of the back for Chicago. Fourth official has the board ready as the chip goes forward. Header won by Huster. We'll have a minute of stoppage time, and I'd be a little surprised if we even got to that. So there wasn't really much to speak of in terms of delays in the first half. A couple small injuries. Now we have an injury here for Chicago. And they'll wave the trainer on right away. Still looking to find a number on this player that's injured here on the near side. Chicago, much like the Spirit, have really been bit by the injury bug. Kalupny, Box, Bywaters, Taryn Hemmings, all out with injuries already for Chicago. Both teams will get a short water break and some instruction as the right leg is stretched out of the injured player. And help to her feet is Michelle Winino. Still a bit of a limp in her walk as she works towards the away sideline. Silver lining, I suppose, for the Red Stars is it is late in the half, so you have that extra bit of time to figure out if Winino can go in the second half. It looks like she's ready to re-enter. She's standing at the center stripe right now. Play will resume with a Spirit throw, which is taken back to Abeg. And Winino's back on. We're 11-11 for the last little bit of this first half. Gale forward for Matheson. Now Spencer lays it off in midfield. Roberts will switch it left for Huster. Huster's diagonal ball intended for Matheson. Stolen away by Osborne, who knocks it forward, posting up his hoist. She'll lay it out for Masser. Crashing in his king to win it away. And now off a bad clearance, here's Matheson with a head of steam. Matheson on the right side, working towards the 18. On the floor, it comes for Oaks. Oaks' shot is blocked in a late corner in the half of the Spirit. They'll have to hurry. Referee looking at his watch as Roberts jogs over. Have to figure this will be the last sequence of the half. Spencer on the keeper. King, Oaks in the box. Warbus, Matheson, Gale, and Huster late arriving. Ball comes in towards Holly King, and her header is just wide. Second time today, Holly King has had good look off a corner, and that will do it for the first half. So, possession might be 9/10 of the law, but really, the chances have gone the Spirit's way. 2 balls cleared off the line. One from a Holly King header earlier in the half. The second off a counterattack attempt from Diana Matheson that was slid off the line. The Red Stars have given Chantel Jones work, but it hasn't been too difficult. As really the only ball where Jones looked like she was any kind of distress was the free kick from Inca Grings maybe 5 minutes ago. That went wide of the near post. So no score at the half. Chicago, as I said earlier, really needs this game. 5 points out of the last playoff spot with 3 games to go. A tie would hurt. A loss would be deadly to their playoff hopes, as Western New York and Sky Blue FC can clinch spots with help tonight. Portland also in that position. FC Kansas City has clinched a spot in first place now on 38 points. It'll be interesting as I watch warm-ups now. You've got a lot of veteran experience. Pollers, Krieger, Lindsay available on the Spirit bench. So if you're in a position where you want to chase this game, good options to do so for Mark Parsons. We'll pause now for the half. The score at the break, the Washington Spirit 0 and the Chicago Red Stars 0. We'll be back in about 13 minutes with the second half. All right. Santa Catarina with a weak queer there. Welcome back for the second half here. Spirit and Red Stars scoreless as the foul goes against Washington there. Starters still in for both teams. That's Jones, Gale, King, Huster, Abag, Warbis, Matheson, Roberts, McCarty, Oaks, and Spencer for Washington. For Chicago, McLeod, Vandenberg, Foose, Santa Catarina, Winino, Osborne, Sitch, Hoy, Leon, Grings, and Masser. Free kick now for Sonia Foose and the Red Stars, a couple steps behind midfield here in the 47th minute. Foose's ball towards the top of the 18. Bounces in the box now. Chance for Grings off the turn, goes wide, and Chantel Jones unhappy with her defense once again, as Grings has had a couple clear looks at goal. They haven't been great looks, but they've been open. Abeg clearing it up the left side and out for a throw. Hit a Red Star player on the way through, so a toss for Tori Huster in the Spirit. Knocked out again by Stitch this time for a Spirit throw. Again, if you're just joining us, the Spirit have had a couple good chances. 2 balls cleared off the line by the Red Stars. One, the header by Holly King. The second one, a partially blocked shot from Diana Matheson's foot. Red Stars have had most of the possession, but haven't been able to carve out those kind of clear chances that the Spirit have. Do it again. Tori Huster getting a lot of practice on this throw-in on the far side. This time she goes for Oaks, who flicks it on for Matheson in the box. Touches it around the defender, try to pick it up on the far side. And good defending there from Chicago's Foose to not allow Matheson to turn the corner. Punt from McLeod, and very nearly out of the box there if she wasn't out. Now Masser, sleeves rolled up, shot taken and wide. Masser has popped up as a midfielder. She's moved into more of her traditional forward role for Chicago as well. Put herself in some dangerous positions. Goal kick for Jones now in the Spirit in the 49th minute. Osborne called for the push on Roberts. Free kick with the Spirit just behind midfield. So, a solid first half really from this center back pairing of Mercer Abek, who wasn't even with the team a week and a half ago, and Holly King, who is a midfielder by trade. Huster and Gale, more traditional outside backs, but some good work really from that makeshift Spirit defense with Jones making her fourth stop behind them. Ball knocked forward. Will slowly roll back to Chantel Jones. She'll go short for King. Left it comes for Huster, who goes in the center of the park for Lupita Warbis. Forward now looking for McCarty. It's knocked out for a throw by Winino on that side. Michelle Winino took a knock late in the first half, was down the ground for a minute or two, but was allowed to come back on, was able to play through that, and has remained in this game. Red Stars throw on the far side. A lot of throw-ins in this game has really kept it from having a good rhythm. Spirit have looked good on the counter. Red Stars have benefited from more patient build-up. Here's Hoy, laying it off. Charging forward now is Grings. Leon's open on the left side, and the ball comes through edge around to Leon. Leon now in the box with a heavy touch, and off her line is Jones. Leon would probably love to have that one back as she was open on the left side, but her touch was heavy and Jones pounced. Leon was a Spirit killer in the first meeting, had a goal and an assist in the Red Stars 2-0 win way back on July 10th. Here's Matheson, playing it right, too far for Spencer and out for a goal kick. Both teams have substitutes getting loose. The bench for Chicago tonight is the backup goalkeeper Van So. Field players are Motts, Dominguez, Garza, and Rachel Kwan. For the Spirit, Ashlyn Harris is the backup keeper. Backup field players are an experienced group. Kika Toulouse, Lori Lindsay, Allie Krieger, Connie Pohlers, and Lindsay Taylor. Ball runs out of space, out for a goal kick for the Spirit in the 51st minute. Spirit trying to break this 13-game skid without a win, and good options if they want to chase this game. Taylor, Pohlers, Lindsay, all can bring something to that attack. Even Krieger has played well in midfield when called upon. Winino loses the handle, but McCarty can't keep it in. A throw for the Red Stars. Throw for Sitch, knocked out for another Red Stars throw as McCarty and Huster combined for the mark there, the two Florida State alums. Now Sitch. Passes block. Sitch will get a second look at it. Drops it back for Winino, who will set up the right foot, cross it in towards the top of the 18, towards Grings, who brings it down for herself, tries to turn, but a step quicker is Abeg, who plays it forward, and Huster will finish the job. Another throw for the Red Stars. Throw up the line. Bounces by Jen Hoy. Huster in position, will shield her off. But Hoy does some nice work to keep the ball in play. Huster coming back on the other side, and the foul goes against Jen Hoy, who is not happy. .53rd minute, a free kick for the Spirit in their own defensive corner here. Not the easiest spot to extricate yourself out of. That 10 yards will help, though. And Bagel will just whack it clear, but gives possession right away. Cross from Sitch, kept in play, cleared by Abeg forward. Huster will finish the job, going to the feet of McCarty, but she can't keep it in play. Out for another Red Stars throw. Osborne. Winino. Pass goes off of Leone. She'll pick it up on the other side. Try and step by Warbus. Goes down, loses her footing and the ball. Now Leone out of a tangle. Cross comes in early. Easy catch for Chantal Jones. 54th minute, no scores. Jones will punt it forward low. Nice ball to find Matheson. Stolen away cleanly, though, by Osborne. Good tackle to find Leone now. She bangs against Huster and wins the throw. Allie Krieger is up at the subs table. Should be the first change for either side. Be interested to see where Krieger's going to go. Looks like Jasmine Spencer going by the substitution board. We'll see if that changes. But Krieger for Spencer would be an intriguing move. Abeg clears it. Gets a second look at it. Knocks it forward towards the middle. Matheson will bring it down. Pressured hard by Osborne. Cleaned up by Roberts, who knocks it out for a throw. We'll see Krieger now. Her second substitution appearance since her concussion against Seattle. And it will be Jasmine Spencer making way. Nice round of applause for Krieger. So Krieger will come in midfield, it looks like, on that right side. Immediately she picks up Julianne Sitch and wins the ball. Krieger's first touch goes square for Lupita Warbus. Back now for King, who will switch it left for Huster. So it looks like Matheson's going to play a little bit higher as a center forward with Oakes and McCarty off of her. Krieger takes up the right midfield spot in front of Robin Gale. Gale now on the ball. Plays it up the line for Oakes. In a foot race now with Foose. Foose shoving her off the ball and making sure she doesn't get to it in a goal kick. So the Krieger to midfield experience is something that has been called for by Spirit fans. We've seen it a little bit in the second half, especially of games, but off the bench, that's Allie Krieger's role today. Position she played in college for Penn State as well. As Gale heads that ball out for a throw-in. 56th minute, it'll be Vandenberg coming up to take the left back. Now Masser. Vandenberg. Picked up by Krieger, who will knock it out for a throw. Sitch trying to turn. Jersey chug there from Gale. Out for a goal kick. So the Red Stars have all 3 changes available. The Spirit now have 2 remaining after Krieger's entrance. Goal kick by Jones. Goes off of Oakes and Vandenberg, and it'll be last touch by Vandenberg. Throw for the Spirit. Krieger will lay it off for Robin Gale. Outside backs for both teams getting a lot of practice on these throw-ins today. Both teams have kind of struggled to keep it between the white lines today. Gales throw up the line. Header won by Sitch for Chicago. Now Leon flicks it on. Master plays it back for, stolen away by the combination of Warbis and Roberts. And now Warbis will charge forward. Lays it off for Matheson. Matheson back for Warbis. Warbis in the box. Right-footed shot past Aaron McLeod. And Lupita Warbis, with her family in the house, has given the Washington Spirit a 1-0 lead in the 58th minute. The Mexicans' first goal of the year. Great work there from the internationals from north of the border, Matheson, and from south of the border, Warbis, to break down Aaron McLeod in the Chicago defense. 3rd assist of the year for Matheson, excuse me. Switch now to the left side. Chicago in a much tougher spot now, needing a win to keep their playoff hopes alive. Rachel Kwan has taken her substitutions card to the table. She'll be the first change. An interesting move if you're searching for a goal. Kwan is more of an attacking-minded outside back, but still an outside back. Santa Catarina plays it up the line, looking for Leon, but it's stolen away. Foul there against the Spirit. Didn't look like there was a lot of contact there from Tori Huster. Chicago will make the change now. It's Kwan for Masser. So we'll see how that changes Chicago tactically now. Free kick for the Red Stars on the far side as Kwan will enter and immediately go into the attack. Serve in from Foose towards the middle, headed out by Tori Huster. Second ball falls for Vandenberg, whose touch is heavy. Nice move there to try and shake Krieger. Cross comes in early and will go out of bounds. Goal kick for the Spirit, who lead in the 60th minute thanks to Lupita Warbis, who has made the most of her 3rd start of the year, getting on the score sheet. Boot from Jones towards the near side, towards Oakes. Flicked on now for Krieger, who will turn upfield. Shakes Vandenberg and drops it back for Roberts. Roberts chip up the right side into space, trying to work in Oakes. Foose is back forward and she'll drop for McLeod. McLeod misses this one left and gives away a throw. Krieger wants to take it quickly, but the throw from the ball goes over her head. They'll have to retrieve it. Krieger will just drop it for Robin Gale to take. Gale's throw towards Matheson in the box, headed out by Chicago. Second ball, rose for and won by the goal scorer, Warbis. Cleared up again by Chicago. Flicked on now as Gale will be a step ahead of Grings. Work back to his own sideline and play it up the line. Oakes hustling for it against Vandenberg. And Oaks will get to it temporarily, keeps it in play. Oaks walking the tightrope, and that ball does go out. It'll be a goal kick for Chicago. Oaks' first touch kept it in play, but her second touch went over that white line. Goal kick from McLeod and the Red Stars in the 61st minute. Goal kick towards the near side. Header won by Krieger forward. Now Vandenberg for Chicago. Playing in the center of the park for Sitch. Vandenberg will drop it back now. Foose. Step and win from Gale, who knocks it out for a throw. Vandenberg will take the toss. Flicked on by Grings, but gives possession away to Warbus. King now. Warbus lays it left for Huster. Quan has been thrown into the kind of the same role as Master, which surprises me a little, an outside back, but playing more as a midfielder right now in Master's stead after coming on as a sub. Throw for the Spirit now. Kika Toulouse is shedding the penny for the Spirit. She will potentially be the second sub for Mark Parsons' squad here midway through the second half. Matheson now. Warbus. Trying to shake Quan. Stolen away and given away. Throw now for the Spirit, which Huster will take. See a sub both ways as Maribel Dominguez for Chicago will come on. Kika Toulouse also has her card at the fourth officials table. The second change for both sides. Oaks just throw up the line for Matheson too far. Goal kick for Chicago. Short goal kick taken for Foose. Square now for Santa Catarina. Now Quan gives the possession away to Warbus. Now picks it up on the other side off the deflection. Quan will play it wide right. Trying to work in Jen Hoy. Hoy with a burst of speed. Keeps it alive. But Huster back for it now for Washington. Her own box she'll clear. Santa Catarina and Chicago will try again. Quan turns upfield on Warbus. Cross comes in towards the middle, towards Sitch. Off her line is Jones, and she is fouled on the way through. Player shaken up for the Spirit in the box. Holly King back on her feet now. Change for the Red Stars, an offensive one as Lydia Vandenberg will make way. Maribel Dominguez goes into the attack. Looks like Quan will be switched back to her normal outside back position at left back. Dominguez goes into the attack. So more of a straight three-forward look for the Red Stars with Grings, Hoy, and Dominguez leading the line. Robin Gale is the sub out for Washington as Kika Toulouse comes on. Pretty much the same time they made that change last week, with Gale coming out for Toulouse in the 64th minute and the 1-0 loss at Sky Blue FC. So Gale still trying to get that 90-minute fitness back after missing time with a right knee sprain, but a solid shift from her. Toulouse will try and finish the job as the Spirit will lead 1-0. Now Oaks in the box, trying to shake the defense. Drops it for Krieger, who came on as a second half sub. 1-2 now with Matheson. Krieger's cross towards the middle is a beauty, but caught on the line by Aaron McLeod. McCarty was the intended target. Punt now towards Grings. Header won well by Holly King. Flicked on now by Roberts for Matheson. Her pass outside for Krieger, blocked by Quan, and a throw for the Spirit in the 66th minute. Well, Peter Warbus' goal, the difference right now is the Spirit haven't led this late since their very first game, when they tied 1-1 with Boston and Sidney LaRue stole a point for the Breakers with a late strike. Roberts forward, gives possession away. Now Osborne for Chicago, who, as I've said all night, really need 3 points here. They need 2 goals, not 1, to keep their playoff hopes alive. Jones off the line will clear. Roberts falling it forward, looking for Oaks. Header went instead by Chicago. Now drop back. Now Foose. Left for Rachel Kwan. Up the line, gives possession away as Toulouse's first touch of the game is a clearance up the near sideline. Out for a throw. Kwan will jog back to take the toss. Up the line, Dominguez will try and shield off Toulouse as the 2 second half subs battle. Now it's Grings for Chicago. Back for Kwan. Chip forward. Hoy will shield and lay it off, but getting a foot in there to win it away is Abeg. Now the rain starts to fall here at the Maryland Soccerplex. Fans diving for cover as Leon picks it up on the left side. Early cross in. Caught on one hop by Jones. Leon, after a very busy first half, has been quiet in the second half. It's part of a lot of good things for the Red Stars, but as their offense has kind of petered out, so has Leon's contributions. Punt from Jones. Drop back now for Santa Catarina. Forward now, flicked on by Dominguez and given away. Roberts back for Abeg. Now Huster again for Abeg. Switch now for Holly King as the rain really starts to fall in buckets here. Toulouse. Krieger. Roberts. Chip is blocked out for a throw by Osborne. Connie Pollers looks like will be the third sub for the Spirit as she is getting his own instructions. Probably not too keen to be shedding the rain jacket at this point, Pollers, but she's ready. So Lori Lindsay's streak of appearing in every Spirit game will come to an end as the Spirit exhausts their substitution allotment. Warbus, the goal scorer, can't find McCarty. Santa Catarina will drop it back for McLeod. Chip forward, Hoy against Huster. Huster gets her body in there, drops it back. Abeg's clearance is mishit out for a throw-in. Polish is ready to come on. See who makes way here. It'll be Tiffany McCarty, so a straight swap for the Spirit, but going with the experience of Pollers over the rookie McCarty to try and kill off this 1-0 game. Pollers on in the 70th minute. Her first appearance as a substitute after 10 starts for Washington. Ball blocked and cleared by Warbus, the goal scorer. Now Krieger against Kwan. Touches it by Rachel Kwan. Kwan with good pace to win it back for Foose. Bit of miscommunication there, but Osborne will keep possession for Chicago. Chip it forward. Good ball to pick out Hoy, who's in the box. Tackle by Huster and King combined to win the ball now for Krieger. Kwan slides in to deflect it. Now Leslie Osborne for Chicago. Left for Leon against Kika Toulouse. Touches it by Toulouse. Leon picks it up on the far side. Crosses in and off of Holly King for a corner. Corner banged in by Sitch towards the far post. Headed by Kwan, out deflected in the box. Off her line comes Chantel Jones to make the play. Correction, that was Dominguez with the shot. Jones will take her time bouncing the ball in the 71st minute. Her punt up the middle. Spirit hanging back with a 1-0 lead will concede possession, but now win it back through Roberts, who finds Allie Krieger's feet. Krieger now for Matheson, who's out for a throw. And really not a lot of fouls called in this game. It's been a game of throw-ins. Referee telling Leone to get up. She will. Kwan. 1-2 with Sitch. Kwan on the left sideline. Early cross in towards the top of the 18, headed out by diving Marissa Abeg. Shield now from Foose. She'll dump it left, looking for Kwan, but Toulouse will get there first. Walk it towards the sideline, and then does very well to knock it off of Kwan for a throw. Red Stars have one change remaining after using Dominguez and Kwan off of the bench. Spirit have used all three changes. Here's Dominguez at the top of the 18. Playing it across, but out of the reach of Hoy. 50-50 header won by Washington. Good touch by Oakes. Dodges Dominguez and drops it back for King. Now Krieger. Dodges the challenge from Osborne and goes right for Matheson. Spirit trying to counter, looking for a second insurance goal. Matheson's ball on the floor, looking for Pollers. Slid away. Winino with the tackle. Krieger will walk up to take this. No hurry with a 1-goal lead in the 74th minute for the Spirit number 11. Krieger still evaluating her options on this deep throw. And a whistle here, and I believe Allie Krieger is going to be booked for delaying the game. Yep, first card of the game will go Allie Krieger's way in the 74th, soon to be the 75th minute. Krieger pleading her case, but to no avail.
The yellow card caution has been issued to the Spirit number 11, Allie Krieger. The yellow card to Krieger in the 75th minute.
Krieger will get it back off the throw and cross towards the middle, towards Pollard. Her sliding pass looking for Werbis is cleared partially. Kept alive now by Roberts in the Spirit attack. Headed in the box by Krieger. And now cleared by Chicago. King rises to win the header for Werbis. She can't touch it past Winino, though, who drops it back. Now Santa Catarina clears it forward. Flicked on by Hoy. But the Spirit win the ball back. Krieger. Flick now for Oakes. Flick now into the path of Matheson. Great combination here. McLeod's off her line and clears with the right foot. Good recognition there from McLeod, but pretty touches from the Spirit to build that attack. Good three-player combo. Throw up the line. Here's Oakes trying to turn Kwan. Crosses in. Was it deflected on the way through? Yes. Corner for the Spirit in the 76th minute. Lupita Werbis' goal standing up so far as the Spirit look for their first home win and first shutout in franchise history. Krieger's corner. Driven in towards the far post. McLeod gets a piece of it with the right hand. Dominguez will pick it up for Chicago and play it forward. Grings will let it roll, and not a good decision as Houston will win it. Nice switch to pick out King, who brings it down. Toulouse. Krieger. Drops it back. Dangerous ball. Abeg shakes off Grings, and now King with a really good switch to find Houston and release some pressure. Ball over the top for Oakes. Foose gets there first, drops it back from McLeod. Now Rachel Kwan, the rookie out of Stanford. In the middle for Osborne. Chip forward. Now Dominguez. Dominguez on the ball. Plays it left. Here's Leone. Leone's cross. A good one towards the far post. Headed out by Washington. Now Dominguez. And in the 77th minute, we'll have a stoppage here as the, you might have heard in the background, the lightning siren going off here at the Maryland Soccerplex, and they will pull the teams off the field as the lightning flashes above the Maryland Soccerplex. So, in the 77th minute, with the clock frozen at 76:35, we will go into a weather delay. Wait for details of that delay before we take a break here, but the officials conferring right now will send the teams to the locker rooms. So, the Spirit just can't win easy, can they? 1-0 lead in the 77th minute, and we're in a lightning delay. Teams will work their way towards the locker rooms now. Fans also being asked to leave the bleacher areas here at the Maryland Soccerplex. So they'll clear out. As a lightning flash by the light tower on the far side goes off. So we'll have a delay of some length here. Teams now filing towards their respective locker rooms, which are in the building here at the Maryland Soccerplex. The rain has really slowed to a crawl after the heavy storms we were getting about 10 minutes ago, but now the lightning and thunder have emerged in the area and forced a delay in this game. Only people left on the field right now are the security officials, making sure everybody is clear. A couple of fans still on that far side, but they are filing out right now. Here on the near side, the vendors are about the only people left as people are being asked to head to the parking lot into the safety of their cars. Waiting to hear what the mandatory length of this delay will be. We'll relay that information to you as soon as we know. The procedure here at the Maryland Soccerplex is you'll hear a loud siren like we just did a few minutes ago, and then we'll hear some shorter sirens. That's the all clear. So we have not heard that all clear yet. We had the initial siren that told the referees to clear the field, which they have done. Teams taken to their locker rooms to dry off, regroup, and interesting situation here for Chicago because I'm sure they'll be checking their phones, checking Twitter, and seeing what the results of the other games are, and before they even take the field back, they might be out of the playoff picture as Western New York was battling Seattle today, and a win in that game for Western New York would have eliminated Chicago from the playoff picture, especially if this result sticks with Washington leading 1-0. So we'll monitor that for you, get you information that we get, and kind of be in a holding pattern here at the Maryland Soccerplex with the Spirit leading 1-0. Quick recap for you. First half, the Spirit had the two best chances of the half. Balls cleared off the line from a Holly King header and a partially deflected Diana Matheson shot. The Red Stars had the possession, but were really unable to do much with it. Second half, Spirit got a little bit more of a footing. Warbus's goal really changed this game in more ways than one. Obviously, she scores, gives her team the lead, but I think the Spirit really settled in nicely after that. Chicago forced to defend a lot more than they had at really any stretch in this game. Had the 2 or 3 players forward, but otherwise, players back defending as Matheson was getting loose. Oakes was doing good things. The substitute Pollers had a half chance there a minute ago. And with Lori Lindsay being rested today, I think Lupita Warbus, even taking the goal out of the picture, has had her best match playing that defensive midfield role. I think a role that she's much more comfortable in, able to kind of link the midfield and the defense, get forward when she could, as she did on the goal. Beautiful ball from Matheson to play her in, and then Warbus didn't panic with her chance on goal, finishing low past the diving Aaron McLeod. Warbus entered this game with no shots on goal, so pretty sure that her first shot on goal in a Spirit uniform was a goal to give them the lead in the second half. Once again, if you're just joining us, we're in a weather delay here at the Maryland Soccerplex. 76:35 frozen on the scoreboard clock with the Spirit leading the Red Stars 1-0. My name is Michael Mank, providing rain delay entertainment for you here on the roof of the Maryland Soccerplex press box. I'm safe, I swear, I hope, here up on the roof with our fun camera crew. Otherwise, this is pretty much a ghost town. Fans have been cleared out. Teams are in the locker rooms. Referees have also gone to their locker rooms inside the building. The vendors are out here. Staff's out here. We're out here. The rain's out here. That's about it. So, in a season that has not quite gone the Spirit's way, another twist. They finally get a lead at home. Just the second time all year they've led at home. The first one was quickly erased by Boston in a 5-2 loss a couple weeks ago. But going into this rain delay, lead sticking for now. 1-0, 77th minute. And who would have figured that in a match that had the likes of Maribel Dominguez, that the Mexican player to score would be Lupita Warbis. But that's exactly what we've had tonight. Still waiting for word on how long this delay is going to be. I would guess at least a half an hour. But again, we're waiting to hear that all clear siren, which we have not yet. It'll be, I believe, 3 or 4 short bursts from that horn that's back and to the right of me attached to the Maryland Soccerplex building. And that device, what it does is it detects the presence of lightning and that kind of charge in the air. Then the siren will go off. We haven't had it affect any Spirit games this year, but if you might remember a couple weeks ago, if you're a frequent watcher of our broadcast, it did go off and delay and eventually move a Spirit reserves game here in the afternoon. The game that night went through just fine, but the reserves game was delayed initially and then moved to one of the turf fields adjacent to the center field here at the Maryland Soccerplex. But this is the first game this year that's been adversely affected by the weather here at the Plex. I remember back when the Washington Freedom played here, and I was doing games for them in 2010, that it seemed like every time Philadelphia came to town, we had a delay. Whether it was in the game, before the game, it just always seemed like the Independents brought that extra little bit of bad juju, that bad energy. We always seem to have lightning delays. So I guess the Chicago Red Stars have assumed the bad luck lightning mantle here in the NWSL. Still waiting to hear how long this delay is going to be, but we're going to step away here for a few minutes. So game stopped in the 77th minute. We'll be back with the conclusion, whenever that happens, between the Washington Spirit and Chicago Red Stars. So again, you're watching the NWSL on YouTube, and stay up late. We'll have the end of this one for you.
Did you hear me?
No. Talk now.
Test.
Wow. Got you now.
Okay, you got us now? Okay, so do you want to talk and then maybe just...
Yeah.
Which one of them talk?
Welcome back to the Maryland Soccerplex for rain delay coverage. Game's about to resume in about 10 minutes or so, but before we do that, we're going to have a little media roundtable, joined by Bo Durr of Sports Myriad.
Hello.
Jennifer Gordon of The Equalizer.
Hello.
And Kevin Parker of All White Kit.
Hi.
First of all, have you ever seen a game like this? Game stopped for about an hour, finished?
Oh, sure. I used to cover DC United.
True.
This is routine.
That's right.
Once or twice, I think. I actually missed it. There was a Freedom W League game that was delayed like 3 times and ended up finishing around midnight that unfortunately I missed, but it's happened before here.
Last year in WPS Elite, the Chicago Red Stars came to play the ASA Chesapeake Charge, and there was definitely, an hour and a half maybe rain delay that game? It was
Something
pretty long.
like that. It was a long one,
It was
yeah.
a long one. And Chicago came back and actually won that game. They were down before the lightning delay, so...
And that's the situation right now. Chicago needs to come back and win this game to keep their playoff hopes alive. So obviously this is a game that has to be finished right now.
Yes.
Yeah, it is, although, bear in mind, with the results happening elsewhere, Chicago, at this point, is mathematically alive, but little else.
Right.
They have to win out. So it's not, if they get 2 goals here, that's a nice encouraging bit for them, but then still, other teams have to lose, and they have to win out. I think the last 15 minutes here are actually bigger for the Spirit to get a home win in front of what might be about 200 fans at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those stories that they tell, first home win, maybe the first shutout in franchise history as well if they can hang on to this current scoreline. So, like you said, a lot on the line, and I think a confidence boost to you. You got this 3-game homestand, a chance to maybe win tonight, national TV Saturday, and then finish our against Sky Blue potentially as well.
Absolutely. It gives them a chance to finish the season on a high note, and I think the homestand's good for them.
Bo, how's the progress of your book going?
Oh, I've been trying to keep up as the season goes along, but then there are things I always have to go back in and fill in, and I've found that I'm going to have to go back and ask everybody a lot of questions. It's all done to really put things in perspective. So I'm hoping to get that done in about a month or 6 weeks at the end of the season, and then get that out electronically around the end of September.
So we're looking forward to reading that myself, and I'm sure the fans out there as well.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, I think Kevin and I'm speaking for both of us on this. We've been here since the preseason games, and there's a ton of stuff that Bo knows that we're not even privy to, so we're really excited for the book.
And he won't tell us.
The Ingrid Wells story, for instance, I think is the one that people are kind of curious to read the circumstances behind her leaving.
It's getting to the point where I think that the denouement of that situation is going to be sort of anticlimactic. But because I think it's been built up into so much, and in the end, I don't think any harm will be done. I think that she'll probably be able to continue her career plans as she wanted, with perhaps a slight delay. We'll just see how everybody feels about it when the season ends.
Let's go big picture here. You three have covered multiple women's professional leagues. How do you think the NWSL is kind of shaped up in its first year?
Well, it's about as expected. They had a very quick run-up, not much time to get things organized, so a few organizational hurdles, a couple of teams not drawing that well at home, but then some teams that really did ramp up very quickly and impressively. The Spirit have had good home fans. Tonight is the lowest of the season because of the midweek schedule. It's tough to get here on a Wednesday. The weather's not cooperating, and it's right 3 days before a home game where you're going to have Hope Solo and Megan Rapinoe come in.
Right.
So you're going to have 2 big crowds. So I think they're typical growing pains, but aside from that, it's been doing pretty well, and everyone seems optimistic about next year too, which I think is a really good sign.
Kevin?
I'm kind of thinking because, both WUSA and WPS started on a really high note and everything was going kind of great, and then they sort of went downhill as they didn't meet expectations. And I think the NWSL, because it started in such a hurry, it's going to be kind of the opposite. They're still putting stuff together and figuring out how they're going to do things. And ideally, over time, it's going to get better and more organized and better web streams and all that kind of good stuff. So
I have
fingers crossed.
to agree with what they said. I mean, for the first time, like WPS had never happened. All the franchises are expected to be back next year, and I think that's huge for continuity's sake, which we never really had in WPS. I know for certain. It was kind of didn't follow too much of WSA, but I can speak for that at least.
And kind of for any of you, you make the parallel to WPS where you had, an MLS ownership group running in Los Angeles, and then they back that after 1 year. Portland seems like they're very committed, and they've kind of been the franchise in terms of their attendance and in terms of what they've been able to produce, on the national scale that people are kind of looking at and saying this model might work for other MLS franchises as well.
Sure, I think people can and do say what they will about Merritt Paulson for being outspoken at times, but I don't think there's any questioning his commitment to MLS and to the NWSL. And so I think that we may see that elsewhere. There's talk of so many MLS teams being interested. Well, we'll just have to see how that develops. But certainly, if the federation is behind it, then I think the fear when you have a men's club running a women's team is that the women's team will end up being treated second class. I think the federation can take steps to ensure that doesn't happen, and the federation's already behind this league, and so I think that that might be less of a concern as this league moves forward.
Anything to add to that? Either of you?
Not really, no.
I've been impressed, really. You mentioned earlier how this team is drawn. In the previous leagues, you had the Albie Wambach draw, you had the Mia Hamm draw. This franchise has the Alec Kriegers and Danny Mathesons that soccer fans know, but they don't have that huge name, and yet they've been able to draw.
I think. Go ahead.
It's been a tremendous success. It's been surprising considering, the lack of success on the field, frankly, that it's been a big draw, and I think, about the best draw in terms of, percentage close to a sellout, except for, Boston and their
right.
tiny little stadium. So, but I think it's been tremendous this year how many people have come out, and we have to hope that continues.
Washington was really influential in the first two leagues.
Right.
I think what you're seeing here is just how big soccer is in the Washington metro area. Just the number of youth clubs in this area is ridiculous. I don't think, unless you've been here, that you really understand just how big it is here.
And even when you come to a match here, you come in the afternoon, and the fields around here are all surrounded with kids of all ages playing, and a lot of girls' games as well.
Well, they're telling us that there are actually adult games going on right now on the artificial turf fields elsewhere in this facility.
At 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock games on a Wednesday night.
Sorry, at 10 o'clock. That makes me feel better about my indoor games. I play at 11 sometimes. But, yeah, this is a soccer mad area. It really is. And it takes time to get out and get everything in. But for year one, I think this is tremendous. There are hardcore fans who know a lot of players, and that's natural. I think when the Freedom started, only a handful of people really knew anything about Sonia Bonpastor, but within a few weeks, she was a crowd favorite, and others were as well. And here you've seen a lot of different players on the Spirit have been adopted for various things. There's Tori Huster. Everybody appreciates what she's done in several spots this season. Of course, people love Diana Matheson for the cheeky penalty kick and for the stare down with Alex Morgan and everything else. And so I think that that's natural. It's maybe about the stars at first, and then it becomes more about the whole team.
Need to add to that?
He's so eloquent.
Kevin, you followed the Freedom in both incarnations, and the first year in WUSA was not the best of years, but then that franchise grew. How much do you think the fans will appreciate, a team as it grows and as it's more successful as this program grows?
That's a good question. I mean, there seems to be the appreciation now, regardless of result on the field, and obviously that can only get better. And really, for people who are disappointed in the Spirit this year, the Freedom in 2001 finished tied for last in the league.
Right.
And the next 2 years they were in the championship game, and they won the second championship game. So there is hope there. So, of course, acquiring Albie Wambach was a big help. So
right, and
we'll see if Crystal Dunn can do the same thing.
Yeah, and the college draft this year is going to be one of the better ones. So it's a good time. If you're going to finish last and bottom out, this is a good year to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, guys, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bo Durr, Kevin Parker, and Jennifer Gordon joining me for special rain delay coverage of the NWSL as Chicago and Washington warming up, getting ready to resume this game. If you're just joining us, we're in the 77th minute. The game will resume in a few minutes. The Spirit leading 1-0. Lupita Warbus' strike early in the second half, about 2 hours ago, off a pass from Diana Matheson. And the Spirit really have put together a good effort as they search for their first ever home win and first shutout in franchise history, winning Chicago 1-0. And a game that Chicago has to have. As we were talking earlier, the Red Stars mathematically are alive, but they have to get a win to keep that the case. A tie will not do them any good. A loss will obviously not do them any good. So they've already used 2 of their 3 substitutions. They have 1 left. Washington's used them all. And interesting that the Spirit have been able to get a good result here with, Lori Lindsay not playing at all and Krieger coming off the bench and Ashlyn Harris not starting either. So Warbus' goal, home fans are hoping will stand up, as a couple of people have hung around to stay this one as they were essentially their cars during the lightning delay. We got the all clear 15, 20 minutes ago, and the teams have come out for a 15-minute warm-up period, and then we'll resume play. So it'd be interesting to see how that intensity is right off the bat, because it's got to be tough to kind of rev yourself up to the point where you're in the middle of a game, you're kind of in the flow, and then all of a sudden you have to take a break and sit in the locker room, and you're, maybe trying to eat something here or there, get a little bit of a nibble, but at the same time you're not able to really, kind of have your post-game routine because you're still in the middle of your game routine. So the Spirit going through some last-minute runs right now. Chicago is doing more of ball skills, some short passing in triangles, and making sure that the players are hydrated and all of that. So, big story league-wise, of course, tonight, other than this game, is the injury to Alex Morgan. She tweeted earlier this evening that she is having an MRI tomorrow to check if there's any damage to her leg, as she left the game tonight early with an injury within the first 10 minutes. Tiffany Weimer actually came on for her and scored a goal as a substitute. So hoping the best for Alex Morgan, that she's able to get back healthy for Portland as they rev up for the playoffs. Spirit are almost kind of going through a pregame warm-up period here now, where they're doing some stretching and controlled running and under their fitness coach, and Chicago's doing more of kind of what you would expect maybe for a halftime, where you're doing some passing, you're just trying to stay loose and keep your touches on the ball. Storms have not completely cleared the area here at the Maryland Soccerplex, but as I said, the all clear was about 20 minutes ago, and looks like we're just about ready to get it back underway as Chicago's players are heading to the bench, as are Washington's. So chance here is Spirit GM Chris Hummer joins me. I didn't know if you had the headset on or not. I was looking to see.
I was waiting to chime in and say that the rumors that Connie Pollers was eating pizza during the break are not confirmed.
Are greatly exaggerated. Yeah. Connie just came on as a substitute, so she should be nice and fresh after this delay. And Chris, I think it's a credit to your fan base that people have hung out, sat in their cars, waited for the all clear, got it a couple of times, finally able to get back into the stadium.
Absolutely. We've been saying all season we have the best fans. It's been a hashtag for us, and we went from 0 to second in the league in Twitter followers pretty quickly, and we definitely do believe we have the best fans.
And they've been able to stick with you in a season that is not gone the way you would have hoped, I would think. Last place right now, but there's been some good things as well, some positives. You mentioned the fans. Diana Matheson, we knew what she could do, but I think she's really become a fan favorite for this team.
Yeah, and you got players like Diana, who's always been a world-class player and a world star in Canada, and that coming here and playing NWSL and getting exposed to a new audience, if you will, and to have the fans recognize her greatness really is just a testament to the fact that we have sophisticated fans. And then you have young players like Stephanie Oakes that they have recognized as well, that was unheard of before she came here. It's pretty exciting.
Before we get back underway, just a few tickets remaining for these last 2 games, right? So fans need to hurry.
Yep. We on Saturday, which is 3 days from now, but we have only 1,500 tickets left, basically, and a lot of the good seats are already gone, so we're pretty excited about that.
Chris, we're finally ready to get back underway, so thanks for joining us.
Thanks for the call.
Spirit GM Chris Hummer joining me. We'll have a drop ball here to resume play in the 77th minute, and Diana Matheson over right now. Referee is making sure as the cowbells are ringing, fans are ready. We're back underway. Matheson will clear the ball, and after a delay of about an hour and a half, give or take, back underway as Foose will possess and play Aaron McLeod. So McLeod way up right now, getting ready to knock this ball forward. Again, Lupita Warbus' first professional goal in NWSL, standing up right now off the assist from Diana Matheson. Spirit looking for their second win of the season, first at home. Chicago needing 2 goals to keep their playoff hopes alive. Here's Polars playing in the middle for Matheson. Cleared forward now by Chicago. And off her line is Chantel Jones, who will let it roll, waste some precious seconds before picking the ball up in front of Jen Hoy. 78th minute now as Jones will push her troops forward, waste precious seconds. Ali Krieger actually got a yellow card before the stoppage for time wasting on a throw-in. That's the only booking so far. Header won by Holly King, who's had a good match at center back. Toulouse trying to run it down the second half sub, and she'll win a throw. So resetting the teams for you. For the Spirit, it's Jones, Toulouse, King, Huster, Abeg, Warbus, Matheson, Roberts, along with Krieger, Oaks, and Polars. For Chicago, it's McLeod, along with Kwan, Foose, Santa Catarina, Winino, Osborne, Sitch, Hoy, Leon, Grings, and Dominguez. Ball played through for Jen Hoy. In a foot race with Toulouse. Now Hoy in the box, trying to cross. Dominguez at the far post. Gets through to Dominguez, but her left-footed shot goes high at the goal. Chantel Jones unhappy with the space her defense gave Chicago in that attack, but no harm done in the end. A goal kick for Jones in the Spirit in the 79th minute. Goal kick will go out of bounds for a Red Stars throw, which Julianne Sitch will take. Up the line, intended for Dominguez, but Huster breaks it up well, keeps it in play. Clears it back to Sitch. Sitch's early ball towards Leon at the far post, brought down by Krieger. Now loose at the top of the 18, is played again for Leon. In the middle for Kwan. Broke it up now by Ali Krieger. Blocks the first cross attempt from Kwan. She'll try again. Ball by Kwan in towards the penalty spot. Headed wide by Leon. Wants a deflection. And the whistle, and no, it's going to be a goal kick. Grings pleading her case as well. Jones hits it towards Polars, towards Roberts. It goes off of her for a Red Stars throw, which Kwan will take. Bad touch there from Hoy, gives away a throw for Toulouse in the Spirit in the 80th minute. Nice. Chris Hummer pointing out to me that one of the Spirit ticket reps is actually functioning as a ball girl right now as the siren goes off once again in the 81st minute. Referee will stop play again. Clock stops with 80 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock, and the referee and the officials will now confer. Leslie Osborne pointing to the sky saying, I don't see any lightning. Let's just keep playing. We'll see what the officials decide to do. Certainly not your normal night at the office here at the Maryland Soccerplex. And they are going to take the teams off the field right now, I believe. Polars has stepped off anyway. Still a conference right now. Crowd certainly wants to stay. Referees are still talking right now with Captain Leslie Osborne of the Red Stars. Osborne saying, let's just play to the center official. Polars is coming over as well. Crowd chanting play. We'll see what the referees decide to do. It's a tough spot, though, because, yes, the siren did go off, but Chicago needs this game to be finished in order to keep their playoff hopes alive. This result doesn't do them any good. Referees are walking off towards the corner right now. I think they're going to stop this game once again. Teams are still staying on the field, pleading their case, but the referees are taking their ball and going towards the locker room right now. So in the 81st minute, delayed once again here at the Maryland Soccer Bus. Lupita Warbus' goal standing up for now. Both teams clearly want to finish this game, but you can't really blame the referees for following regulations here. The siren did go off. There is lightning in the area. You want to be better safe than sorry in this situation. So the teams will reluctantly trudge towards the gate behind the scoreboard. As the rain has picked up a little bit more, they will head towards the locker rooms, which are in the Discovery Sports Center behind me. And the wait is on once again. Again, the scenario right now, the Spirit lead 1-0 because of the results earlier today in the league. Chicago needs to win this game to keep their mathematical playoff hopes alive. It would be tough for them to do. It would have to be a perfect scenario for Chicago to get in the playoffs, but it can be done with a win. So after this delay, they'll have about 10 minutes plus stoppage time to try and do that. As Lupita Warbus' goal off the assist from Diana Matheson early in the second half put the Spirit ahead. This game was halted about an hour and a half ago because of lightning in the area. Warm-ups were done. No problems there. Game resumed for about 3.5 minutes. And then, once again, the siren went off, and despite the pleas of both teams' coaches, referees were the first to leave, took the ball with them, told the teams to follow. So the fans returning to their cars in the parking lots around the stadium area to wait once more for the conclusion of this game to see if their Spirit can pull off their first home win and their first shutout in program history. So once again, we'll pause here in the 81st minute. We'll be back with the conclusion of this game, when that is. You're watching the NWSL on YouTube. Thanks for staying with us. of 7, 8, and 5. So FC Kansas City, Portland, Sky Blue FC, and Western New York will be your first NWSL playoff field. So thanks for your patience tonight. We really appreciate you sticking with us, and sorry we couldn't bring you the conclusion of this game. But once again, I'm Michael Minnick saying good night from the soaked, rainy Maryland Soccerplex. Thanks for watching.